Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Testing, testing. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Testing, testing. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Thank you.
in the world that we're moving now in that direction, so it's been very rewarding. I'm really like enjoying it. Yeah, it's like counseling. I don't know if you know that, but Bandura is something we studied in our master's in counseling department, and he's very much tied alongside with Carl Rogers, who's very person centered and this is student centered. So when I was reading his dissertation, I'm like, oh yeah, I was listening. I'm like, yeah, my notes, and I'm like, yeah. I got inspired, and I was thinking, okay, uh, you inspired me, right? Because you said I but it could have not. I need to
Okay.
pivot.
Can we get
Time?
them?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I'm late.
Okay.
We need to move those clocks so I can see the proper time, but. Good evening, everyone. Calling this Board of Trustees meeting to order. And we have on the agenda the call to order, our ground rules. Chancellor's recommendation of the agenda, Chancellor McLennan.
Recommended as presented.
Thank you. Item 1.04, there are no changes to the agenda. Does anyone have any consent items to be pulled? Anybody? All right. All right, let's make a record of this evening. Oh, no, that's part of your committee report.
Oh, they were submitted, but their section that's not correct. And I know that trustees read it.
Well, you can make any corrections when we get to the committee report.
Okay.
Or back in.
Or back at the past meeting if there's,
Okay.
Where is that on?
it's under committee reports 604, board committee reports. Okay, with that then, public comments, we have 3 written public comments on, excuse me, none on closed session items, excuse me. And so with that, we will move to closed session under all items listed. Conference with legal counsel on existing litigation. Conference with legal counsel, 2 cases of anticipated litigation, 2 public employment contracts, and 205 student appeal from the district's administrative determination, complaint of discrimination. And the board will plan to reconvene at 6:30. Thank you. Okay, good evening, everybody. This meeting of the Board of Trustees for the Ventura County Community College District is reconvening in the open session. And begin with a report out on closed session items. Under item 2.01, nothing to report. On item 2.02, there were two cases. The first one regarding Lillian Mejia versus Ventura County Community College District. The board voted to reject the claim. It was moved by Trustee Chancellor and seconded by Trustee Perez and carried on a 5-0 vote. The second item, Janet Fry Martinez versus Ventura County Community College District. Rejection of claim was voted on by the board. It was moved by Trustee Lichtel and seconded by Trustee Chancellor and carried on a 5-0 vote. The two items 203 and 204 will be heard later in the agenda. And item 2.05, the student appeal from the district's administrative determination. The appeal was denied by the board on a motion by Trustee Lichtel, seconded by Trustee Mantooth, and carried on a 5-0 vote. With that, we'll move to the Pledge of Allegiance, and Dan Watkins, would you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Vice Chair Torres, I'm going to ask you for a favor. I always seem to give the closed session report out of order. So next time, let me know. That brings us to public comments on open session agenda items. I have one speaker card here. Luis Orozco, do you want to speak now or at the agenda item 1601? Okay.
Hello, my name is Lux, and I am a student at Oxford College. Tonight, I want to acknowledge that Dr. Kovian has been a great support to students. He has always given us a place to voice our concerns and takes them seriously. He has also been an advocate for queer students and helped make many positive changes on campus to make it a more welcoming place for us. As I have been made aware that change is coming to our campus, I hope that the decision you guys made today is the best decision for us, as I fear that with change, we might go backwards on the movement that I've seen in the last 4 years. So I'm just here hoping that you guys make the best possible decision for us.
Thank you. We have written comments two written comments regarding again, regarding the Public Records Act request, and one on remote work. And Trustee Chancellor.
I have a clarifying question on the public comment in regards to the Public Request Act. And are we prepared as a district with a commitment of when that information will be available? As it's mentioned in the comments, at our March meeting, it was committed to do that, and that still hasn't happened. So I'm just wondering if we can commit tonight if district can provide that commitment.
I'm not prepared to make that commitment tonight. I don't have a timeline for that. Our Vice Chancellor of HR is away on vacation. And as you know, the Public Records Act doesn't require documents to be created. There's a process, and I think it's been explained in information sent to the board, but no, I don't have a date or a commitment that I can make publicly this evening.
Okay,
Okay,
Just-
I'm just eagerly await to see the response as well. I just like that to be mentioned and look forward to seeing it.
thank you. Okay, that brings us to item 4. Items 4.01 and 4.02 relate to the acknowledgement of new employees, which will be acknowledged in the various presentation of reports throughout the agenda, as well as the recognition of Ventura County Community College District retirees. And looking around the room, and I do see a room full of special guests, but that moves us to we're moving a couple of items at this time, items 1601 and 1602. And Chancellor?
Thank you, Chair Perez. So I will begin, okay, 1601, the background, and I'm just going to read from tonight's agenda so everybody has the benefit of hearing this. And this is for the presidency of Oxnard College. The role of president at the Ventura County Community College District is pivotal in shaping the institution's vision, fostering academic excellence, and facilitating community engagement. In our ongoing pursuit of academic advancement and institutional growth, Human Resources, under the direction of myself, has diligently undertaken a comprehensive search process to identify the next candidate to serve as the president of Oxnard College. After rigorous deliberation and evaluation, I'm pleased to present to the board the proposed employment contract for the selected candidate, Dr. Roberto Gonzalez, who's here with us this evening. Dr. Gonzalez embodies the values and qualities essential for navigating the complex landscape of higher education. Notably, his unwavering commitment to equity and inclusivity underscores a profound dedication to serving students. As an equity-minded leader, he possesses a deep understanding of the systemic barriers that hinder student success and is steadfast in his resolve to dismantle these barriers through innovative programs and initiatives. Further, Dr. Gonzalez is characterized as a thoughtful leader, able to inspire collaboration, foster a culture of transparency, and promote shared governance. His inclusive approach to decision-making ensures that diverse perspectives are valued and integrated, and positions him to lead Oxnard College into a future defined by continued excellence, inclusivity, and student success.
Okay, thank you for that, Chancellor. And item 1601 is an item to approve the employment agreement for Roberto Gonzalez to serve as president of Oxnard College. Pursuant to the Brown Act, we are required to read out the key terms of the agreement prior to taking action to approve the agreement. The key terms are as follows. 1, the agreement shall be for a term of 3 years to begin on July 1st, 2024. 2, the starting salary shall be $266,097. 3, the president shall receive all fringe benefits, vacation, sick leave, and holidays offered to other senior district administrators and in accordance with applicable board policies. And 4, the president shall also receive a one-time relocation stipend of $5,000 and a housing stipend of up to $5,000 for up to a 3-month period. Do I have a motion from the board?
Chair Perez,
Trustee Lichtel,
so moved that we approve the contract as submitted.
thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Torres. Is there any discussion? Then I'd like to call a roll.
Chair, can I make a
Good.
comment?
Student trustee?
My time in Oxford has been wonderful. I, as student trustee, I believe I have been able to be non-biased towards any college. And I love all three campuses. I think I've done a good job amplifying the students' voice, and making sure that there's no favoritism. But I do want to put the spotlight right now on Oxnard College. My time there has been wonderful. I'm leaving with a good college experience, and I'm so grateful for it. And it has to do a lot with the people there, and how much the campus cares about the students. I really do hope that the decision being made today is what's best for Oxnard College, and we move forward with progression and not move back. I really do believe that the district thinks about Oxnard College, but sometimes, it is left in the dark a little bit. And I hope this decision is what's best for the campus.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you. Chip? Oh, I thought you were reaching. Okay,
Chair Perez,
Trustee Lichtenal.
I just want to validate Ms. Figueroa's comment about being impartial and always representing all three campuses. I think you've done that well. And I think that really speaks for who you are. So I wanted to validate that and also tell you that in a moment like this, I think it is appropriate for you to feel prideful about your campus and to express not so much a concern, but really a desire to see that campus continue to flourish like it seems to have under the leadership of Dr. Kobayan.
Well said, both of you. Thank you. And with that, student trustee, how do you vote? Thank you. Michelle, would you call the roll, please?
Aye.
Aye.
Oops, are we? Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, item 1602 is an item to approve the employment agreement for Claudia Lorido Habib to serve as president of Ventura College. Pursuant to the Brown Act, we are required to read out the key terms of the agreement prior to taking action to approve the agreement. The key terms are as follows. 1, the agreement shall be for a term of 3 years to begin on July 1st, 2024. 2, the starting annual salary shall be $280,660. 3, the president shall receive all fringe benefits, vacation, sick leave, and holidays offered to other senior district administrators and in accordance with applicable board policies. And 4, the president shall also receive a one-time relocation stipend of $10,000 and a housing stipend for up to $5,000 for up to a 6-month period. Chancellor, yes. Yes. You're usually not so shy and
Yeah, that's
grabbing my
okay.
arm.
That's all right. That's all right. You were on a roll. I'm not going to read the whole preamble that I did for Dr. Gonzalez, but I will say I do want to read the other part of this to just give you a few of the characteristics of Dr. Lorido Habib. Dr. Lorido Habib brings a multifaceted approach to leadership that encompasses not only a commitment to equity and inclusivity, but also a dedication to mentorship and accountability. Her leadership is marked by a proactive engagement with stakeholders, fostering an environment where diverse perspectives are valued and collaboration is encouraged. The candidate, Dr. Lorido Habib, embodies the qualities of a transformative leader who inspires, empowers, and mentors others. Her proven track record of accountability is evident in her transparent and results-driven approach to herself and others' accountability for achieving institutional goals. This commitment to accountability ensures that resources are utilized efficiently and effectively, ultimately benefiting student success and institutional advancement. Her comprehensive approach to leadership, encompassing equity, inclusivity, mentorship, and accountability, positions her as an exemplary choice to lead our community college, Ventura College, towards a future characterized by continued excellence, innovation, and student success. The proposed employment contract reflects a mutually beneficial agreement that not only recognizes the candidate's expertise, but also underscores our dedication to providing the necessary support and resources to enable her to excel in her role. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I will ask, do I have a motion?
So moved, Chair.
Trustee
Perez.
Mantooth moves. Is there a second? Trustee Chancellor makes the second. Student trustee, oh, I'm sorry, yes. Easy, easy. Okay. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. And Michelle, would you call the roll for the board?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right. Congratulations are in order once again. Now, we will be taking a short break, but before we take that short break, I would ask first Dr. Gonzalez, if you'd like to approach the podium. Oh, you have a microphone there. Dan, show them how it works.
Good evening. Just want to say thank you. I'm really appreciative and honored, humbled by the opportunity to lead Oxnard College and to work with all the faculty, staff, administrators at the college, and of course, keeping students first. So thank you for your comments. I really do appreciate that. And thank you for the public comment. It's something that's not lost on me. And I know that change is not always easy. And so I always want to get a sense of the culture of the institution before I move forward and kind of addressing any change. So just know that whatever gains we have made, I hope that we continue making those gains and grow more. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chancellor McLennan, trustees and members of the public. Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here. I'm really honored to be part of Ventura County Community College District, to join the Chancellor in his vision, to join the team from the district, to join my colleagues at Moore Park, at Oxnard, and work together to move the mission of this district. I look forward to meeting the executive group and faculty and staff from Ventura College, and serving the communities of Piru, Santa Paula, Ventura, Fillmore, and really contribute to the legacy of this almost 100-year-old college. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And before we take that quick break, do any of the trustees want to offer any words? Dr. Cobian.
I just want to congratulate Dr. Roberto Gonzalez as our new president of Oxnard College. Best wishes. I look forward to working with you and helping that transition to the college.
Ditto from Ventura. Looking forward to meeting you and connecting with you. And again, best wishes. We very much look forward to working with you in the future.
Anyone from the? Okay.
Congratulations, felicidades for joining our district. We are very excited to have you. And as you can see, we have a community that's very vibrant, that has an amazing heart. We're looking for change, systemic changes, and we have a district that focuses so much on social justice and what that looks like. So you have an amazing team at each one of the colleges that is awaiting to work with you. And so we look forward to also your innovation and your ideas. And so it is a blessing to have you here, and congratulations, and thank you for joining our team.
No, okay. Well, I just want to add my congratulations and welcome as well. And I know through the process, you got to see the district and the colleges and the team that you will be having. And I think Dr. Kobayan, thank you for your words of support and to continued great work from you. Appreciate that as well as you. And with that, we'll take.
Perez,
what-
there's
Trustee
one
Lipton.
item that I would like to mention though, and that is that congratulations obviously to our two candidates and welcome to our district, but also congratulations to our leadership team
Mhm.
in really putting forth a wonderful process and getting it done in a very timely and expedient manner that is going to provide us two future leaders within our district for hopefully a very, very long time. So thank you to our district staff for the work that they did throughout this process.
Thank you. So with that, we'll break for, it's about 7:04. How about 7:20? Is that enough time for everybody?
Mhm.
And Trustee Chancellor, we got to find these. So, all right. See you back here at 7:20.
Good job, everyone.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, just a lot. Yeah. All right, thanks for your cooperation. We're reconvening back on the notice time, 7:20. That takes us to item 5.01, the classified Senate President's report and consultation. Who wants to lead it off? All right.
Olivia Long, acting president for Ventura College Classified Senate. I provided a written report. It's attached to the agenda this evening. One thing that I will highlight, we had our retreat last Thursday, and I was honored and privileged to end the day with a session that I called Fill Your Cup. Us in the classified service are just that, tend to be service providers. So the message was emphasizing for ourselves that in order to serve our students and our colleagues and our college campus, that we need to fill our own cups. And part of filling your own cup has to do with a sense of belonging. We talk about that with the students. I played a little clip of Brene Brown talking about the difference between fitting in and belonging. Being my last retreat that I've planned as the chair of the PD committee, I expressed my gratitude for my classified colleagues, giving me that sense of belonging. So I've never felt like I've fit in anywhere. I'm a weirdo, I admit it. But I've always felt like I've belonged in the classified ranks with my colleagues. And that was important for me to share my gratitude with my colleagues on that. I also shared, there is a resource document, 2 pages on the benefits webpage for CISC, and it is value added benefits with a bunch of QR codes with lots of help that can benefit all employees of the district. So I had that printed and handed that out as well. And we are also starting a walking club via Teams. Our amazing marketing department created a walking map of Ventura College with the 1 mile, 2 mile, 3 mile. It's a beautiful map. So we're going to post that in the Teams. And I had a list of folks that wanted to sign up. So we're going to create a group in Teams. And then anybody that wants to go out for a walk on campus, I find it's easier for myself to walk with a friend, can just type in that chat. And then everybody that's joined the group can go out and meet for a walk. So that's my report for this evening. And next month, you'll probably have our new president. Thank you.
Thank you. Oxnard College, Saturday.
Looks like we're switching it up today. Good evening, Chancellor McClellan, trustees, and student trustee Figueroa. My name is Sergio Arana, classified Senate president at Oxnard College. I'll start with my report. OC Classified Senate held our April meeting last week, and we also wrapped up our elections on March 14th. Berenice Rodriguez was reelected as VP, Norma Martinez was elected as Director of Advocacy, and Deborah Tyson joins our board as Treasurer. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize Dr. Kobian for his excellent leadership through a period when OC was in need. Dr. Kobian stepped into the role as acting president in May 2022, then interim president in March 2023. He took on the challenge and has been a critical piece to the college's success and accolades that we have seen in the past 2 years. Classified Professionals at OC recently nominated Dr. Kobian, and he was selected by the California Community Colleges Classified Senate as a recipient of this year's Excellent in Servant Leadership Award. This award highlights Dr. Kobian's support of classified participatory governance and collaboration to ultimately create a more just and caring environment. In light of today's news, now after nearly 2 years in the role, we know that Dr. Kobian was not selected as the president of Oxnard College. It is unfortunate that our district leadership did not see the potential that we see in Dr. Kobian. But on behalf of Classified, Dr. Kobian, we are grateful for the work, the dedication, and the heart that you bring to OC every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Moorpark College, Linda.
Good evening, trustees, Dr. McLennan, student trustee. I would like to do a consultation on item 4.01 and congratulating Angela Yatri on her promotion to administrative assistant. And just 2 highlights that I would like to present to all of you. This year, for the first time, we held our first classified professionals retreat. It was held Thursday, April 4th at the Courtyard Marriott in Simi Valley. Approximately 65 of our classified professionals attended our retreat, where they heard presentations from our Student Health Center Coordinator, Allison Case Barton, on stress management and avoiding burnout. They also heard an inspiring keynote presentation by Dr. Cynthia Herrera on embracing your potential, unleashing the power within you. And they all participated in a reflective writing session in empowering and restoration by one of our own, Crystal Salas. This was an opportunity for our classified for the first time to come together and learn and network with each other. I would like to take this quick opportunity to thank our planning group, who for the last couple of years have been planning this retreat. Kelly Petrash, Cynthia Osuna, Dina Pillay, Anne-Marie McCarthy, Gabby Chacon, and Crystal Salas. We all came together these last couple of years trying to find ways how we can work and bring our classified together and make this happen. And I would also like to thank our administration at Moore Park for their overwhelming support and helping us make this happen. And then lastly, I would just like to congratulate Christy Rossi, one of our administrative assistants in one of our divisions, for being recognized as Employee of the Month, and as well congratulating her on her pending retirement. And just a little reminder, next week is Administrative Professionals Day on Wednesday, April 4th. And on behalf of our Senate, I would like to recognize and acknowledge all the fabulous work our administrative professionals in every department, executive assistant, senior admin assistant, administrative assistant, and office assistants do for our colleges in our district. Thank you.
Linda, you want to restate that date, please? When is it?
Wednesday, April 24th.
24th. Okay, thank you. District Administrative Center, Alex.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening to you, members of the board, and Chancellor McLennan. I have no report for this month, but I do have one item under consultation, and that is 4.01, acknowledgement of new employees, and we welcome to the District Administrative Center, Tina Wilkie, Purchasing Assistant. Thank you.
Thank you. That moves us to item 502, the Academic Senate President's Report and Consultation. Moore Park College, Matthew.
Trustee, student trustee, chancellor, colleagues, and guests for 1601 and 1602. I'd just like to welcome the new Oxnard College and Ventura College presidents. For the report, I would like to mention that Academic Senate is working on getting an ASCCC and CCLC collegiality and action visit that will serve as a college participatory governance strengthening exercise. Trying to schedule it for our October Flex Day. Participatory governance is highly nuanced and full of a lot of gray areas, and I think this workshop would be a great opportunity to deepen our understanding of how it works. These visits require the approval of the college president as well as the Academic Senate president. As President Sokanu has already given his support to this visit, I wanted to extend my appreciation for his support and his commitment to the participatory governance process. And for a final comment, I'd like to say, Dr. Kobian, I enjoyed working with you on district governance.
Dolores.
Thank you. Dolores Ortiz, Academic Senate President of Oxnard College. Good evening, trustees, student trustee Figueroa, Chancellor McLennan, and guest. 16.01, I would also like to welcome the new presidents to the district, Doctors Roberto Gonzalez and Claudia Lorido Habib. And for my report, I just have 3 items. ASL Club, so ASL Faculty Club Advisors, Professors Emily Talbot and Adriana Nino guided students in preparing for an ASL Club field trip to Washington, D.C. earlier this month. They went to Gallaudet University. It's the only university for the deaf and a mecca of the deaf world. So it's a phenomenal cultural and linguistic experience they were able to have. And thank you to the ASG IOC and the OC Foundation, who provided support for the trip. Students put in a lot of work and research, so faculty were happy to support them, and Professor Adriana Nino accompanied them on the trip. Tonight, there's another OC Live, and we're going to work on not scheduling it during the board meetings, I hope. So happening now is, and I apologize, but I don't know. They wrote it out in a nice way, but there's no way to read it that way. So the title of tonight's OC Live is 2 Latina Authors Talking Shit. In our beautiful performing arts building, we're honored to have essayist Miriam Gurba. She's the author of Creep, Accusations and Confessions, and poet Crystal A.C. Salas, author of Grief Logic, in conversation as they share passages from their work while discussing each other's work. So these two contemporary Latinx authors tackle themes of intersectional Latinx identity, creeping oppression, toxicity, family, and what it means to navigate language, and girl/womanhood. And this event is being moderated by our own professor of English, David Hall. And lastly, on behalf of the Oxnard College Academic Senate, I would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to Dr. Oscar Cobian, who has stepped up and kept our college moving smoothly in times of crisis, serving in the roles of both acting and interim president. Again, congratulations to Dr. Cobian for receiving the 2024 Excellence in Servant Leadership Award from the California Community College's Classified Senate. He'll be recognized in June, I think, and is being recognized for his, quote, exceptional support of the involvement of classified professionals in participatory governance at the local, district, and state levels. And so the Academic Senate also appreciates his inclusion of faculty and classified leadership in the President's Executive Council, on all the presidential level hiring panels. I know students are also included there, and we appreciate that. Dr. Cobian, I also want to extend appreciation for cultivating such a deep-reaching community network of local leadership in your president's advisory panels and campus leadership in your president's cabinet. I'd like to acknowledge the standing ovations received by Dr. Cobian at these recent meetings, and your commitment to the campus and community bolsters your legacy of servant leadership at OC. So thank you.
Thank you. Ventura College, Rachel.
Good evening, trustees and chancellor and everyone in the room. In consultation, just really quickly, we want to just say that we stand behind 11.03, our curriculum that's being approved tonight. As for our report, we did not have a meeting at the beginning of the month because everybody chose to go to spring break instead. We would like to take a moment and honor Dr. Hoffman's, who's been a leader, who has led us through compassion, and who's had several challenges thrown her way with COVID and all the things that we've dealt with. She has carried our college through those experiences with understanding and support. And although we're not going to say goodbye to her just yet, we want to thank her for all that she's contributed to our college. We would also like to welcome our new president, Dr. Lorado Habib, and look forward to collaboratively working with her and increase our dialogue with our incoming president. Faculty and the Future Business Leaders of America Club last week attended a conference and competition. We had 2 faculty and 6 students attend the event. Luca Falvo, one of our Ventura College students, was named the MVP by the organization who most closely represented and modeling the principles of the FBLA at the conference. On a personal note, I'd like to take a moment and share that our child development and education departments and lab schools across the district, so all 3 of our colleges, in collaboration with our CSUCI, CLU, AGU, and the VCOE, have all been working to put together a future and current educators conference. It's happening this week. In fact, I actually just left our career and college fair that we are putting on at VCOE. And we have students across the whole district attending the conference throughout the week and attending workshops. And then tonight there was a career and college fair at there. And the students, when I left, were just beaming with their first experience of what it means to be a professional going to a conference. And so I thought that was quite joyful. Lastly, I wanted to share about our Diversity and Culture Festival that we had last week. We had close to 40 local community organizations and vendors. Project R had a successful panel hosted by Professor Steve Turner. There were wellness workshops, there was Tai Chi. We welcomed authors of the VC One Book Club, One Book, One Campus, the Braiding Sweetgrass. We had various stage events, including hip hop artists, Danza Azteca, the VC Jazz Ensemble, and drumming. We had a poetry slam contest, and we had a student art contest. In the past, over COVID, our district recognized and supported DEI Week. And one of the collaborative aspects that came from that was a cross-district collaboration with our Diversity and Culture Festival. There was so much benefit in the community building that took place. And we would like to encourage the district to consider this being a continuing practice moving forward. Item 14.3 is a resolution that addresses April as the month for celebrating the contributions of the colleges in the district. And we would like to encourage honoring the week of DEI during that month and collaboratively building the Diversity and Culture Festival across the campuses.
Thank you. Thank you. That brings us to reports, item 6.01, College Associated Student Government Report. Student Trustee, do you want to make the introductions?
Yeah. From Ventura College, Mark.
Good evening, board and student trustee. My report is very brief. I included a very nice report that was sent to y'all. It highlighted many different aspects, one of which I just wanted to highlight a recent hire for the Student Health Center Coordinator, Dr. Laura Hamilton. We're very happy to know this knowledge. It comes with a heavy heart that a lot of students were concerned about this current support for the Student Health Center. So we're very happy to have all services restored. We just wanted to thank her as well. Regarding student elections, we're very happy to announce our new student leaders. And if I could have a moment to just address their names, give me 1 second. We have our newly elected president, Marcos Garcia Razo. We have our vice president, Angel Ayala. We have our director of administration, Adelene Reyes, director of equity and inclusion, Jasmine Perez. And we also have our director of East Campus, Wanda Medina. And I did want to mention, we did have a student resolution pass at SSCCC General Assembly, and that was for enhancing accessibility of menstrual products on campus. We're very happy to see that this was passed. And I did want to take a moment to acknowledge that we are hosting Earth Day at Ventura College. It's going to be hosted from April 23rd to the 27th. We're going to have a week long full of activities. And we have 2 posters. One is in English and one is in Spanish for accessibility. And moving forward for ASVC, we're hoping to have all of our flyers accessible in both languages. So this is a visual. So with that, thank you.
Sean.
Good evening, everyone. This is Sean Roscott from Moore Park College. Other than what is written in our report submitted on the agenda, I'd also like to congratulate our new Assistant Dean of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, Tamara Coleman, and thank our administration for taking this step towards advancing DEI efforts on our campus. We also had some robust discussion starting the proposed changes to AP 6075 parking, and we'll be seeking more information regarding these changes so that we can take a formal position. As we wrap up our leadership these next few months, we'll be focusing on making sure our next board is well prepared for leadership and is familiar with our campus community and all of you here. And finally, we will be having our Lavender graduation ceremony on April 26th, where students from the LGBTQIA+ community will be celebrating their next step into either transfer or graduation from our campus. Thank you.
Oxnard College, Kay. Hello, Kay Blasio, Associated Student Government of Oxnard College President. As I mentioned in my written report, we had a successful student election last month. We were able to elect 8 out of 10 positions, and we have increased the number of students that voted. Another thing that I would like to highlight in my report is the event called the Literary Circle with the author Marisa Tirado. She is the author of the book Selena Didn't Know Spanish Either, and she will be hosting a workshop about poetry and pop culture. We also collaborate with the Oxnard College English Department to showcase original creative works of students during the event. Additionally, I would also like to welcome and congratulate the next Oxnard College president. Oxnard College is a special and welcoming place, and I hope that he will enjoy it as much as I did. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Rakobian for his hard work and dedication as the interim president of the college. He has been receptive of our concerns, and I like how I can just raid his office when I have concerns. Lastly,
I would like to share that there has been some speculation that there was a favored candidate for the president position. If this is true, it is disappointing. I am hoping that the decision was made with Oxnard College and its students in mind and not because of connections. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, student trustee. That brings us to 6:02. Trustee Chancellor.
Procedural question. When we receive student resolutions as part of these reports, what's the procedure of the next steps? I'm assuming these resolutions are directed towards the district and the board. And I'm wondering what's the next steps on that?
Chancellor, do you care to respond?
The response is really the board's response. The resolutions are being presented to the board. So receiving them and accepting them, and then if there's deliberation or discussion and it needs to become a future board agenda item, that would be appropriate.
And the one mentioned, just the topic, the title, parking is one that's been addressed at the state level as well. So at some point, many of these resolutions are on an item that will come before us anyway.
Just in case members leave for the end of the meeting, because at the end of the meeting, we make comments about future items. I'll be making a request to put the enhancing accessibility for menstrual products on campus for a future agenda item.
Okay, AFT report. There you are.
Good evening, Chancellor, trustees, and honored guests. First of all, thank you, President Cobian, President Hoffman, who's not here, for the years of service and the continual years of service that you will have. Chancellor, I appreciate the effort of this search. I'm sure it was very difficult, and I want to thank you as well as all of those that participated in the search. Thank you. And we welcome Dr. Gonzalez. He'll be the third Gonzalez on our campus. And he will be. Dr. I don't remember, Claudia, Dr. Claudia also. So welcome to our district. We're excited to have you. The news that I'd like to share with you is that AFT has been diligently working on getting that compressed calendar put together. We have 6 articles that are ready to present and be discussed tomorrow, and we look forward to continually getting that done. Ideally, the sooner the better. Thank you.
Thank you. 6:03 SCIU report.
Good evening, members of the board, Chancellor McLennan and Student Trustee Figueroa. Maria Orenda on behalf of SEIU. Last month, we reported that we were going to wait to start negotiations until we had a better feel for the state budget and see that may revise. However, we are meeting sooner than that, probably end of month, early May, so that we can meet with management to introductions, set ground rules, meet one another, and start off on the good foot, and then also set some dates for negotiations, official dates for negotiations. Until then, we'll be hosting a member meeting late May to early June to update our membership. We'll also be meeting with our steward council to have training and also a caucus in preparation for those negotiations. Lastly, we'd like to welcome new Ventura College President, Dr. Laredo Habib, and Oxnard College President, Dr. Gonzalez, to our district. We look forward to continue to work. We're very collaborative in our way as a union, and we want to continue to work that way as we have currently with this administration. We obviously have enjoyed working with Dr. Hoffman's and President Combian, and we continue to want to do that until the end of June 30th, and we thank them for their service.
Thank you. That brings us to 6:04 board committee reports. Administrative Services Committee, and we have both reports in front of us.
Yes, thank you, Chair Perez. As you mentioned, the minutes draft minutes are included within the packet tonight. The committee met on March 28th. And as you know, it's a kind of a tag team between trustee Chancellor and myself, and we trade off facilitating those meetings. And this time I was it. The agenda may appear to have been fairly spare in terms of the number of items, but there were two topics of discussion that I thought were of great import. First, sustainability, which is something that Trustee Chancellor and I feel very strongly about in a very positive way. And that's also reflected in this board because of their support through resolution of sustainability practices, and also the reinforcement of the commitment and the actual actions of staff at that meeting to also meet that objective. So I think we're all moving in the same direction to do our part with regard to this planet and its climate. And happy to know that we'll be working on an administrative procedure to support the board policy statement on sustainability. And as you know, policy statements by necessity in some ways need to be somewhat general and nebulous. And when you get into the how-to and the details is when you have an accompanying administrative procedure. So we look forward to the development of that and using as a template something that's come from the State Chancellor's office. The second topic that loomed large for us, which I think uncovered some confusion and lack of clarity that we have with regard to the committee charge, would be the kinds of items we should be discussing in that forum, how they get on the agenda, how they might be connected to our work as board members, as trustees and policy setters. And we're going to reprise that discussion at our next meeting to continue to work at that. And if necessary, also bring a discussion on the committee charge to gain greater clarity moving forward. And this might help pass as well for the full board at some point in the future. Hopefully I got most of that right. Trustee Chancellor, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, just one item from the minutes that you'll see. There were 3 items that were requested. One which was parking, and that request came from a student resolution from our March meeting. Community projects, which came from numerous comments made from our local congressmen and women, and part-time compensation funds that the state has given us to bridge that gap of equity. So those were the items that were requested, and none of those items made it on the agenda. And based on that, I have a statement that I think supports, I shouldn't say support, but brings upon that process. So I'd like to read this briefly. As a dedicated member of our community college board, I'd like to underscore the importance of maintaining each trustee's right to place items on the agenda for discussion and learning, thereby ensuring the comprehensive governance of our district. It is imperative that all trustees have the opportunity to bring forth topics of relevance and significance to our institution, as each perspective contributes to the robustness of our decision-making process. The diversity of viewpoints among trustees enriches our discussions and enables us to make informed and inclusive decisions that best serve our community. As such, I urge our board to reaffirm and uphold the principle that no trustee should be impeded from placing items on the agenda for consideration. Respecting this fundamental right fosters an environment of transparency, collaboration, accountability, which are essential for the effective governance of our community college district. Furthermore, facilitating open dialogue and learning opportunities on a wide range of topics ensures trustees remain well-informed about critical issues affecting our institutions and our stakeholders. By encouraging active engagement and exchange of ideas, we can collectively navigate challenges and seize opportunities to advance the mission and vision of our college. I think that goes well with the charge that we have within in the committee work. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And this agenda item for both committees are reports. But in reading this report, I felt that your statement was helpful to give some context to some of the minutes. And I think the minutes are on point when it says a lot of what you spoke about requires full board discussion. and certainly as part of board development effort, which will be forthcoming. So thank you for your comments. Thank you for the report. Next committee, Task Committee.
So the past committee met on March 26th. And we had the opportunity to really dive deep and really look at the report that the Institutional Effectiveness Division has put together for us. And I believe that on the agenda, there's a section for this particular report, and we'll be able to share some comments. Is that true, Chancellor? Or would you like me to share them here? I know there's a section under 17, so I can do it there. So I can do it under that section. So I don't take too much of this time in the report. But there is a piece that really took the majority of our conversation, which is what we've been charged with, which is the accreditation piece and the 18-month follow-up plan that we have to submit. And so we really looked at the calendar. We looked at the writers, I believe, have already been identified. They've already had meetings, and they're starting to gather already some of the initial data, because we need, I believe we mentioned we have a deadline of having mostly everything done and some meetings taking place by November, December. So because this needs to be submitted, I believe March of next year. So the writers or the ACCJC is able to see the work that we've been doing. The Chancellor is going to be looking into bringing in a consultant, and I believe he's going to look at ACCT to be able to see if they have a consultant, a former trustee, as well as a CEO. And we're looking at that piece for the inclusivity. So as we're looking at the report and as we're working together as the board, we are having from a board of trustee perspective, as well as from a CEO, and what would be a development plan for us to work on those areas that we need to focus on. We also took the recommendations that were given at the last board meeting are some of the ideas that you would like to see as we develop our board plan. And so we kind of talked about how that would look like. And so we came up with really, once our consultants are hired, we can at that point decide how that's going to look like. But one of the things we really wanted to make sure is that we had a process that was very inclusive of what the trustees wanted, and alongside working with our chancellor to also have that communication between district and board of trustees. So policy is informed by practice, and practice is informed by policy, and there's not that disconnect. In the minutes that you have here, one of the areas that we'll go ahead and edit at the past committee, when I was referencing in terms of the evaluation, it wasn't the accreditation evaluation or the writer's work. It was more so when at the moment we did an evaluation process of the consultation council. So the paragraph that you read there, where we talk about what are some of the issues what are the issues that are discussing in the process. And we talked about in the past, we used to have a anonymous consultation council that would give feedback to the board of trustees. And the feedback that was received 3 years ago was one, and as you can see there, that was mentioned, was very, in a sense, disrespectful, very specific, targeted the way it felt to certain trustees, and it created division between the board. And so we talked about what do we do moving forward? We have different individuals that are in our district and a whole new team. And so how do we continue to now cultivate what we've done and move forward? But that was an area that was kind of talked about in trying to identify what is the reason? Is there lack of trust? And if there is lack of trust, what caused the lack of trust in the process? And it was really good because we had one of those candid conversations, and it was nice because also the members that were part of PASS's district and trustees coming together in a place that people can be vulnerable, and they have been. At one of our past committees, we did have an individual provide us with an example of what would be operational. And I really, thank the person for being able to share that and say, this is an example of what we've seen. And it's really good feedback as we continue to move forward. And I think that's pretty much it. Anything else you want to add, Trustee Licto? Our focus was pretty much there with the outcome that we would have our chancellor provide us with the name of the consultants. Our goal is to have this consultant come on board by next month. And so board Chair Perez, we're thinking alongside you and I doing some of the interviews of the consultants of who we would like to work with us. And then once that's decided, Trustee Licto and I are going to work with the consultant alongside with our chancellor to put together a plan and present it to the board for approval if it's something that they would like to have implemented. Trustee Lichtel?
Yeah, the only thing I would add is, I know there's an emphasis on consultants, and I think that's an important piece in the discussion, but at the end of the day, I really do believe, and I mentioned at the past committee meeting, that the issues that rest with the board are the board's. And I think that certainly a consultant can help us kind of work through that. But at the end of the day, if we're not transparent, willing to be transparent and honest with each other and have the tough conversations that are going to lead us to being a more successful board, then I don't know that we'll accomplish that goal, regardless of who the consultant may be. So I just think that this requires a commitment from each of us to do what we need to do to be, again, transparent, clear, at the same time, kind and understanding, and discussing the issues that we see that led us to this place.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, with that, where are we? The president's reports. Dr. Silkinen, Moore Park College. And before you even begin, I want to thank all the college presidents for their reports. I love reading them because it shows a lot of great work, productive work going on in our campuses. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, trustees, student trustee, and guests. Welcome. I want to start off by thanking our classified senate for a classified professional retreat that took place last week. It's an opportunity for our classified professionals not only to feel more engaged in the work of the college, but to have their voices elevated through this kinds of professional development. So thank you so much to those who put that together. I would also like to use this opportunity to thank the folks who coordinated a multicultural day event. It was a very successful event on campus last week, and we're grateful for Brian Burns, who facilitates and coordinates our professional development for the college, but also for our multicultural day coordination, as well as the committee that put that work together. Kudos to our Moore Park College forensics team. They took first place overall team sweepstakes in the Wheeler division, which is for medium-sized colleges. In addition, our student Frances Jareb placed third for overall top speaker in the nation, which we're really incredibly proud of our forensics team. And so, kudos to the team members, the coaches, and the advisors. I would like to thank Trustee Perez and the Chancellor for coming to the Moore Park College scholarship reception on Saturday morning. The college foundation gave out $200,000 to over $200,000 to 164 applicants, and it was an opportunity to celebrate our student success and to recognize the investments that our donors make in Moore Park College. So thank you so much for that. I would also like to use this opportunity to welcome my new colleagues, Dr. Laredo Habib and Dr. Gonzalez, and to also thank Dr. Kobian for his collegiality, for his friendship, and collaboration in the works that we've done over this past 2 years in supporting the students and the communities of this college district. So that's all from Moore Park College.
Thank you. Oscar, Oxnard College.
Well, good evening once again, and thank you so much to the Senates and to my colleagues and student government for the kind words. Thank you so much. And I only have one update. Tomorrow is our Latino GDP report. It's going to be an amazing turnout. So far, I think the list I received is over 200 people who have RSVP'd. And it's a collaboration between our Oxnard College Foundation, Cal Lutheran University, UCLA, Ventura County Business Times, and it promises to be an amazing event, 3 o'clock in our theater, and reception afterwards. So it starts with the presentation, followed by a panel of local leaders who are going to interpret the national data and give us some local context. And then afterwards, a nice reception afterwards. So a great networking opportunity, free event for the community. So
I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you so much. And I hope you can join us.
I'll be there.
Wonderful. See you there.
Yeah, yes. Good evening. It's an honor to sit in for President Hoffman's this evening. I'll just add a couple of things to what you already have in our report. Again, I am looking forward to welcoming Dr. Laredo Habib to our campus and looking forward to working with her. In addition to what you have in the president's report, I will also add that the campus is in the process of completing our Ed Master Plan, which is due this year. So you'll see that coming through soon. As well, we're finishing up a relatively minor academic affairs reorg that we're doing collaboratively with throughout the campus. And we're excited to be finishing up our planning for our growth activities focused on Ventura College East Campus and all of the programming and good things that we intend to do with and for the Santa Clara River Valley. So you'll be seeing more on that soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kobian.
I just want to acknowledge Peter Parker. So our Oxnard College Foundation, I know 2 years ago, foundation was having some issues, and it's so wonderful to see all the growth in our foundation and how they're networking with the local community, especially the business community. So thank you, Peter Parker, for all your hard work. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That's a nice segue to the next item, 6.06, which are the foundation reports from Moore Park, Oxnard, and Ventura College Foundations. I see you, Ann. Now, in the past, there's been coordinated presentation, no? Okay. Well, then I'll just call them in the order I read. Moore Park College. Debbie, I saw you. There you are. Is that on?
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So I am very honored to represent the Moore Park College Foundation this evening. And I'd like to ask that you join me in a sort of a glance in the rearview mirror as we look back to 22-23 fiscal year. Can we go to the next slide? Thank you. Our foundation leadership has remained dedicated at Moore Park College Foundation. Jill Haney tirelessly leads our board, and our board really shows up today. Have 100% giving, and they are supporting the college through mentorships, jobs, internships, coming to campus, lecturing in our classrooms and in front of our students during various festivals. And they bring guests to campus, they support our events, and they sponsor, and they are very, very generous. Next slide. We graciously welcomed 2 new board members last year, Lisa Gritzner and Joseph Meissner. Joseph is a very proud alum of Moore Park College, and today he's a very successful CPA and an attorney. And he was our keynote speaker this past weekend at our scholarship celebration. Okay, so I'm gonna need to put my glasses on for this. This is the actual commensurate report. And as you can see, the district provided a little over $100,000 of support to the foundation. And if we go to the next slide, we can see what the foundation served to support the district. We netted support of $357,426 to support the district. And we have at that point total future benefits to the district, which scholarships and others restricted and temporarily restricted support at to 2.8 million. Next slide. We are very focused on connecting with our community, and really our students' success informs and inspires what our foundation does and the contributions of our donors. Can we take it to the next slide? Thank you. No, back up. So some wonderful stats. We again last year we awarded 1,958 associate's degrees, 1,793 certificates, 1,169 associates for transfers degrees, and we have a number of other really positive stats that we're sharing in this slide. Next slide. Key initiatives from last year, we continued to focus on raising funds for scholarships, our nursing program, our biotechnology program, and Raider Central Basic Needs Center. Next slide. Every year, we host a very special event to really promote the arts, our performing arts particularly. Last year, we hosted an event around the Tempest to raise money for our alumni association. This year, recently, we hosted an event around Sweeney Todd. These are a lot of fun for alumni, faculty, staff, and members of our community. Next slide. So last year, fundraising efforts raised over $560,000. Within that, $229,000 for scholarships, $4,900 from Giving Tuesday, and almost $176,000 from for the zoo. Last year's scholarship award presentation breakfast, over 250 people attended. We gave over $198,000 to our students and presented 260 awards. We also launched our Arts, Amphitheater, and the Quiet campaign, where we brought in folks for more than 200 tours with individual and donor groups, community leaders, and elected officials, to help them understand the importance of this project and what we're trying to accomplish. We also hosted a very important community town hall where we had an opportunity to speak with our neighbors and help them to understand how robust this program is and take their issues and concerns to heart. Next one. Our President's Circle, we relaunched, and for the first year, generated over $74,000 in unrestricted funds. Our President's Circle members really helped to support our President Sokanu and our vice presidents in their vision for the future of our college. We also launched our State of the College Breakfast Series, where we host two very, very wonderful events a year. The programs feature Dr. Sokanu and our vice presidents, and they share with us what is coming down the pipeline, what our community can look forward to. We host between 70 and 90 guests each time, and the guest list includes our elected officials, donors, and community leaders. Very, very exciting program. So that was quite a glance backwards. We thought it might be a lot of fun to share some more recent stats with all of you. Very quick overview of our newest impact statement, which is actually for calendar year 2023. Thought it might be fun to share what has happened between January and December of 2023. So in 2023, the Moore Park College Foundation experienced a remarkable year of fundraising, marking a significant milestone in its ongoing commitment to supporting Moore Park College's mission and enhancing educational opportunities for its students. Some very important things to note from this past year: the foundation hosted over 130 events on our campus. And these events included lectures, star parties, dinners, memorials, all sorts of activities where we were able to bring in over 3,250 members of our community, most for the first time visiting our campus. And this is an unduplicated number. It's really very exciting for us. And so many of these folks are starting to get involved and are contributing to our efforts and our programs. In 2023, our donors gave us 597 gifts, which totaled $477,987. And shortly, we will very proudly book two very significant gifts for our foundation. We've mentioned this before. Takeda has pledged $250,000 to sponsor an analytical lab within our biotech program. And they've actually already started to provide us with those funds. It's very exciting. And we will be seeing very shortly a grant from the state of California for $500,000 to help us with our planning and design of the amphitheater. Very exciting. In this past year, we supported 2,500 students through our Raider Central program, and we raised an unprecedented $31,529 through a unique holiday appeal for our nursing program, which is also very, very exciting. The Moore Park College Foundation is achieving outstanding results, exceeding expectations, and setting new benchmarks for philanthropic impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Oxnard College. Where are you? There you are, Peter.
Thank you very much. Dr. Cobian asked me to keep it brief, so I said I would keep it short, just like me. I am Pete Parker with the Oxnard College Foundation. I'm here to start with thanking the trustees very much for your patience, your critical questions, and your support. I also want to thank the Chancellor for believing in my vision when we met and supporting that. And then finally, I want to thank Oscar Cobian for helping develop a stronger union between the college and the foundation, for always being there, always saying yes, and helping develop a stronger vision as we move forward. So thank you very much, sir. Dr. Gonzalez, I look forward to working with you as we venture on a new territory. We're going to skip a few slides because I'm giving this 3 minutes. So if we go to the slide with, yes, that one. Thank you. 2 years ago, I shared that the foundation had allocated, no, one more slide, about $7,000. Oh, keep going. Why not? There's the one. We allocated about 2 years ago $7,000 for campus programs. That quickly changed. We gave a little bit more the next year, and now we are giving on an average of $140,000 a year to campus programs. A number of those programs that we supported in 22-23 are listed right there. Go to the next slide. Yeah, that one. 2 years ago, I inherited a dysfunctional scholarship program, and I received multiple complaints every day. And so I stood here right in front of you at this moment and told you that I would make a change, or we would make a change. And we did. We changed the policy. We reduced the application. We contacted past eligible recipients. We extended the application period, and we hosted weekly workshops. As a result, we saw immediate positive results, including a 224% increase in the number of completed applications and a 25.6% increase in the scholarship amount awarded. And the best stat of all, we received 0 complaints.
Yeah.
Oh, no. But wait, there's more. We also added 10 new scholarship funds. So the word was getting out. And we can go to the next slide, because one of the stakeholders that gave me the most grief were our faculty, staff, administrators, except for Oscar. He was the greatest. And so they responded favorably. So we saw an increase in monthly payroll deductions. And that's a trend that we're seeing in this particular fiscal year as well. And the list that you see are programs that they are supporting on a restricted basis. Of course, we always love unrestricted support. If we go to our next slide, and we're talking about funding, our primary funding source right now is our community marketplace. And with a couple tweaks a year ago, and we're adding a few things, we saw a 12% increase in the number of vendors. Again, that's a trend that's continuing in this particular fiscal year. We place a lot of effort in communicating with our vendors, and they know the impact that they're making with their dollars, because they know it's going to support scholarships, specifically students, in our college programs. But with that said, I'm on a mission of reducing our reliance on the marketplace funding. And if we go to the next page, working with our board. So 2 years ago, I inherited a 20-person board who chose to meet in homes and restaurants. When I came on board, that immediately changed. And they were sad to hear that I said no more food at any board meetings. But today's board, we have 19 members who are strong, who are committed to the vision of Oxnard College and its foundation. 15 of whom have served less than 3 years. So we have a very new board, which is exciting. We saw a nice turnover. We also just completed you can go to the next slide if you want, 3-year strategic plan, which paints a bright vision for us, which helps also culminate with our 50th anniversary that's coming up in 25, 26. And just want to remind you that the foundation is a 41-year-old organization, and we're keenly focused on being a strong resource to the college and its students. We'll accomplish that through strategic initiatives, collaborations, alumni outreach, and a little luck. And then finally, as you see on that little slide, the next slide, showing the stats from our commensurate report. That one. It's hard to see, but you guys all have the report. 640,000 in benefits were provided to the district in 22-23. It's solid. But I want our investment to the district to be well over $1 million in 2 years. That's going to happen. Your belief in this quest will help us well surpass this goal. And we're a foundation with lofty goals, a big heart, and we say yes a lot. That culminates my report. Thank you.
Impressive report. Thank you. Great results. Peter, quick question from Trustee Torres.
Yeah.
Peter, thank you for the wonderful report and the amazing work that's taken place during these last 2-3 years. I know it's a lot, and when you're talking about coming into a place that you're thinking, where am I going to go and what am I going to do? Thank you for choosing to stay and to figure something out and to build systems and work with your leadership. So I'm really happy to see everything that's come, during this time. I wanted to ask, you mentioned that one of the things you did was you said the scholarship program was just like a mess and you were making phone calls. I'm just curious, were you able to get to most of the students that have been awarded a scholarship and hadn't received it?
That's a great question. We reached out to all those who are eligible. We have a 2-year span on the awards that we can allocate those 2 years. If they're eligible, particularly if they're enrolled at Oxnard College, they all receive their awards.
If they had already left Oxnard College, because I remember students coming and they had already gone to CSUCI, another university, but they still came and spoke to us about 2 years ago, right when you were coming, to let us know that they never received the awards. For those students, they didn't receive at that point their money because they were no longer students at OC. Would that be correct to say?
Same answer as when you asked last year. The answer is no, they did not get their awards because they were not eligible.
And so I asked the question last year, and so I know now the question I also had last year, and I'm wondering, because there wasn't a response for me, was with that money, did that get placed on a pot, or how do we repair? What happens, right? Because the students were eligible for a scholarship, and I know at the time you were coming, and so there wasn't a response. So how do we, as the foundation, repair that trust? Or there's something we promised to them, it was theirs, for lack of a system and for lack of whatever was occurring in the foundation, the students were not awarded that money, and so they went through their difficulties and challenges. Was there something that the foundation did in particular to try to make it right, money that had been already geared for them?
We're constantly repairing relationships. Not everybody's going to be happy with those repairs. But again, those students who were awarded scholarships, but currently do not qualify, are not going to see those funds. So we're still reaching out to those students just to, repair those relationships. We're not going to repair them all.
And so the funds, so maybe have a response this year, because I didn't have one when I asked before. So what happened to the funds from those students that were allocated for
They're
them?
placed back into the pool to
And then
allocate
given back to a student?
to other students. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You got it.
Thank you. Ventura College Foundation, Ann?
Hello, trustees, Chancellor. It is my college's leadership. I really appreciate having this opportunity to address you. I'm Ann Paul King. I'm the executive director of the Ventura College Foundation, and it is my pleasure to give you our fiscal year 23 impact report. Next slide, please. Our goal is to stand alongside our students and meet them where they are at this and we're proud to serve this Hispanic serving institution in doing that. And we do that by removing financial barriers, both on our campus that serves them as well as to them directly. Next slide, please. We celebrated our 40th anniversary, and that was that we celebrated the fact that we gave $48 million over our history to our college and our students. And so that was wonderful. Thank you all for your support of that. Next slide, please. And now I'm going to skip a number of slides so that I can make sure that I get through this presentation in a timely way. But all of this information is in our packet. So I'm going to spend some time moving through this slide. Please, next slide. Please, next slide. Next slide. Thank you. And then stop there. Thank you. Next slide. Please. Thank you. So I want to share with you where we have spent our time and our priorities. So the Ventura College Promise is something we're very proud of. The Ventura College Foundation was the first, in partnership with the college, was the first Promise program in the state of California in the community college system. And it is provides gap funding for tuition assistance. And so we got out of the business of the Promise 2 years ago because the state took this program over, which we're very proud of because they saw that our statistics showed very good outcomes for our students who are in the program. 70% of our students in the program are likely to graduate over those students that are not in the program. So we got back into the business of the Promise because the state is not giving our college the support that all of our eligible students need. And so we are now providing gap funding and making it a higher priority as we move forward. Next slide, please. We also find that our basic needs program provides the wraparound services for all of our students, including our Promise students. And we want to make sure that we make that a robust level of support. Last year, it was $25,000 to almost $26,000, but again, it's become one of our major initiatives, and you will see many more dollars coming in the years forward. Next slide, please. One of our ways that we also support our students is through scholarships, and we provided $670,000 to 235 students, both transfer scholarships as well as continuing scholarship for our scholarships for our continuing students last year. Next slide, please. Our textbook and equipment support program was given through, and our library facilitated this, $38,000, almost $39,000 last year. Next slide, please. And all told, we touched the lives of 5,000 students on our campus with $800,000 of direct student support. And next slide, please. And in addition, we also provided almost $1.2 million to 68 programs in 16 different departments to facilitate and close funding gaps for those programs that serve our students. Next slide, please. We are very proud of our employee giving program. 105 employees gave last year to the tune of $75,000 and 864 contributions. We are a leader in the state with our employee support program. Next slide, please. So what you'll see in our financial highlights is that without setting aside investment income, we raised $2 million for these students and the programs at the college. Our investment income was 2.5. And our operating expenses, my budget last year was $3 million. And we have net assets under management of $29 million. Next slide, please. Our revenue comes into 4 different sources. Our primary source of revenue is our swap meet, our marketplace, and as well as private financial cash contributions. Next slide, please. And 77% of our budget is dedicated to our programs, to the campus and our students. Next slide, please. Our board is incredibly dedicated with 339 hours. And I want to acknowledge that Mark Huff, one of our board members, is here in the room, our ASBC president. And I'm so grateful for your service this year. And I look forward to working with the next president. It is a joy. It is a joy to work with ASBC. So
could we ask them to stand up so we can see and recognize them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Next slide, please. So this is the our commensurate return. So the schedule of commensurate return is required by law that all auxiliary organizations to any district in the community college system show the return on the investment that the taxpayers have made to the auxiliary organizations. So our organization utilized $310,000 of taxpayer support through our partnership with the campus. Grateful for that. And the net return on that investment was $2 million last year. We also secured $25 million in future benefits to the student and the students, campus, and the district. Next slide, please. Thank you very much to the Board of Trustees for your support, the Chancellor for your exquisite support, the college leadership. Dr. Kim Hoffmans is a rock star fundraiser, and I look forward to our next president being part of the dream team with us. And I'm so grateful for the number of donors that are in the room. My partners, my foundation partners, they are professionals, and I'm proud to serve alongside them. And all of the support that we have from our senates, the campus community is a gift to the foundation, and our partnership is precious. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, and
Oh,
thanks. Oh,
one
go
more
ahead.
thing. I'm so grateful for our students. They
Yeah.
are the ones that inspire us to show up every day and do this good and hard work. We love our work at the foundation because our students make it a joy, and we look forward to your future.
I, for one, love attending a lot of our campus events, but particularly the foundation events where you make it a point to share, to have the students there to share their story. And that helps me, and I think the rest of us, make our work more relevant, right? And we understand better the result of all of our collective efforts. And one of the favorite items on the agenda is where we formally accept the gifts from the foundations to the colleges. So thank you again for your support and your continuing work. With that, then, we come to the consent calendar, and let the record reflect no items were pulled tonight. So is there a motion to approve? Trustee Torres and student trustee Figueroa, seconds. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Thank you. Okay, 13, board policies. And I'll rely on the committee because some of these were just affirmations or slight changes. We have 3 in front of us. Action to reaffirm, well, I'll wait. The first item is 1301, action to reaffirm BP 4110, honorary degrees. Is there?
Yeah, I don't believe there's any need for discussion on any of these items, at least not from a past standpoint. And so if it's okay with you,
I'm looking for a motion.
Chair Perez, I'll make a motion that we approve 13.01 through 13.03 as presented, following consideration of the past committee as well as all the other committees.
And trustee Mantooth takes the second. And student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. And no opposed and no abstentions. Thank you. Item 14, trustees and chancellor's office, 1401. We bring this item back over. Action to cast votes for California Community Colleges trustees board candidates. Trustee Lichtel, at the last meeting, you had wanted to review and you did send me some comments, but if you would like to share.
I
Well,
did.
let me just begin to recap. Having worked with all the current incumbents that are up for reelection on the CCCT board and reviewing the bios of the other candidates, it's still my recommendation that we support the 7 incumbents for reelection based largely on my observation and work with them, seeing their level of involvement, not just here at the state level, but also on national committees and boards as well.
And
Trustee Lichtel.
well, first of all, I want to say thank you to Chair Perez for allowing us the time to review the information that he had provided. Specifically, there was the session online that I was
Right.
able to view and hear from each of the candidates. And I certainly was impressed. The information that I sent you, I think, included my support of all of the incumbents, save one, and instead my personal preference to vote for Julie Shore in this capacity. On the other hand, not serving on that committee, not being part of that committee, I would defer to you, but appreciate the time to be able to review the information from all the candidates.
Thank you. Trustee Manton?
I also concur with your recommendation, but am hopeful that there will be some discussion amongst the incumbents, if they are all elected, for some room to be opened up for newcomers, so that you have a blend of veterans and people that can be mentored and can also learn to serve in those positions, so that there is some degree of turnover.
And believe me, I considered that aspect of it. There are term limits here. You can only serve so long. And there are committees within the league that trustees can serve on. And then that's how they become known and they learn more about our roles. And they, like myself, and then we find ourselves, hey, I'm ready for the next step. So with that, is there a motion to Trustee Chancellor?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to supporting the incumbents, but I just wanted to highlight, you know, in my sort of diving deep into these applications, I did like Barbara Gaines, her current position as a superintendent. I think anytime you can help bridge our biggest source of incoming students from a K-12 perspective. I also liked some of the goals that Barbara Calhoun from Compton described. I think Trustee Lichtel, you mentioned Julie Shore. Yeah, I saw that as well. She really highlighted communication with all different various stakeholders. Of course, Trustee Perez, I really liked your comments with making sure that you know, we hear from everybody and information and transparency, I thought. So
Thank you.
Definitely have some support there. One thing that also captured my attention was Milton Richards from Yosemite. He highlighted that there's not representation from the Eastern Sierra region, and he would be that representation. So kind of put me in a tough spot because, you know, hearing from Trustee Mantooth's comments about sort of some new perspectives on there. I mean, because we are submitting our votes candidates, it's a tough thing to do without us advocating for those new voices. So those would be my 5 top choices.
And I did, and Milton Richards we got his emails, I think, and somebody sent them on his behalf. And I happened to meet him at a recent conference, and a lot to like about him. And but I appreciate your comments and appreciate everybody doing their due diligence in this. But I think, well, the other aspect is I think we've got a good working team at the CCCT board, and this is a solid nucleus, these particular 7. And I say that with all due modesty, but I would enjoy continued working with them.
Chair Perez, what are the term limits? 2 terms?
I think they're 2. Yeah, I don't 2 3-year terms. Yeah. Yeah. And then just out of, I mean, trustees are always leaving office anyway, so there's that natural attrition as well.
I'm sorry, did you say 2 3-year terms?
I believe so.
So then all the incumbents will be terming out at the end of the year?
I just thought of that. Was a 21-member board.
Oh, got it.
So-
And we're voting for 7. Thank you.
Yeah.
They're not all up for re-election every year,
No.
obviously.
No.
Simple math would have solved that one.
Yes, yes.
So we have to decide as a board because we make the selection as the Ventura County Community College District Board. And so what I'm hearing is that there is a difference of opinion of which 7 maybe we want to send forward.
Correct.
So we have to come to a agreement on what names we're going to move forward. And so far, at least the ones we have, I believe Nan would be one of them. We have Bernardo. We have Barbara Calhoun, if I pronounce her last name correctly. Those are 3. Who else are we saying? Is it Greg Bensa? Are we going to submit his name?
Yes, and again, he's actively involved with the DEI task force from at the state level. And he was involved along with me with the trustee town hall planning committee. And he's just up the road in Hancock College.
We have Hortensia Armendari from Imperial. Are we moving her forward? We have 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, she's the one candidate that I took off the list
She's the one.
in
okay.
favor of Julie Shore.
And I hear Josh wanting Julie. So let's see the ones we want. So we have so far Nan, we have Barbara.
Can we put Chair Perez at the top of that list, please?
Well, I'm just writing them down numerically like.
Okay.
But
What
I
about,
appreciate the thought.
let's see, Yvette Davis from Glendale?
She, again, she's an active. I can't restate it. Well, let me just make one comment. Of the incumbents, the one I have worked with the least is Hortensia, number 4. So if we want to talk about, okay, which ones do we maybe not feel strongly enough just to vote for, it, that would be one.
We also have Deborah Akita from State
Yeah,
Center.
she's on the committee at ACCT, National Organization. I would strongly recommend
Highly.
keeping her.
1, 2, 3. So we have 5 that we selected. And so we have a spot for 2. Either we can stay with Yvette Davis. And that would be 6. And then there's room for Julie. But if we also want to bring Milton, then we would not select Hortensia and Yvette Davis to bring Julie and to bring Milton.
I would argue for Yvette. Leaving a spot for, I guess, one new.
Remove Yvette.
Yeah.
Wanted
No,
to, no,
No, I'm
keep
suggesting
Yvette.
keep Yvette.
So who else would we remove? If we're gonna bring in 2, so we have.
Well,
so
I'm just saying. The
It's
choice comes between Julie Shore and Milton Richards.
in favor of Hortensia Armendariz.
Yes, right.
So I heard 2 board members. I don't know the board members. I haven't worked with them personally. All I know is the bio.
Right.
So, I know there's 2 board members that express interest in wanting to have Julie. So as a board, do we want to, not select Hortensia, but instead select Julie?
I would support that slate.
Okay.
I could do that as well.
And, is Milton, are we considering Milton or we're not going to consider Milton?
I was just gonna ask you, does that make us the 7 then?
It will make us a 7.
Yeah.
So we wanted to include Milton to have representation at the state level and give Yosemite Community College District an opportunity, not only at the seat at the table, but also a voice at the table. We would need to remove another one. And the most fair way would be to look at who's already represented. And if we have, community colleges close to each other that are already sitting at the state level, we would then remove somebody, at least from our slate, and give one to Milton if that's what we want to do as a board.
Well, the committee, the Triple CT board does look at geographic representation already. And so, and there's a good cross blend of equity representation as well. So I don't know if Julie has run in the past. I think this is the first time I've seen Milton's name, and rural districts are represented on the board already. So maybe not his particular district, but rural districts are represented.
Okay.
So I would suggest we just keep it as you tallied it, removing Hortensia and replacing her with Julie Shore.
So as it stands, we are then nominating Nan Gomez and Barbara
Yep.
Calhoun, Julie Shore, Yvette Davis, Greg Bensa, Bernardo Perez, and Deborah Ikeda. And those are our 7.
So is that a motion?
That's the motion.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Well, I'm gonna ask the student trustee, how will she vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. No opposed? Thank you. Thank you. Good discussion. Okay, item 1402. Action to approve. You get a read from this. Resolution 2024-04, ordering a regular governing board member election, ordering consolidation with other elections, and constituting specification of the election order to be held on November 5th, 2024.
Chair Perez,
Trustee Lichtel.
I move that we approve 14.02, action to approve resolution 2024-04 as submitted.
Thank you. Motion and a second, and student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Thank you. This next one, 1403, is an action to approve resolution 2024-05, recognizing the month of April as Ventura County Community College Month. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to read the whole resolution. We've all seen a copy of it. We've all seen the social media posts that district staff is putting out there from the toolkit that was provided to us. We've heard already some of the community meetings that are going on, as part of everyday business, and certainly with the Chancellor. So the word is getting out more and more about the community college system and also our community colleges here in Ventura County. And so we rightfully want to pass this resolution. All right. Student trustee.
I move to approve 14.03.
All right. And is there a second? Trustee Mantu?
Second.
All right. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And thank you, staff, for pulling this resolution together. 15, there are no items. 16, human resources. We've already handled. We're not going to reconsider. So 1701, okay. Past committee, IE report, chapter 3A, ethnicity, gender, and age-focused equity efforts. Chancellor, who's going to handle this?
So I'm going to, actually, I'm going to pass the introduction of this topic over to our two chairs of the past committee. They have some, I think, introductory comments they would like to make.
And who's going to take the lead? Trustee Torres.
Our chair will.
We really wanted to take this time to congratulate the colleges and everyone's really intentional effort in seeing the persistence, the completion rates increase from our students. And trustees, if you get to see the report in our past committee, we were so impressed. I mean, and I was sharing earlier today with Julius, and I shared this at the past committee. You can see that the successes that we're having is not by chance. It's intentional. It's by design. And to see really our district and our three colleges leading the way and really focusing on what does equity look like? What is student success? It's just so impressive. And you can see in the report the details of what they're doing in terms of increasing access and really reaching out to our students through dual enrollment process, the entry registration rates. What does that look like? And really breaking down the data for us. And really, if you look at the comparison within the examples at the state level, we're really leading and in doing a lot of this amazing work and being able to bring students to our college, making sure our students are staying with us and that they're being successful. And as you read throughout the reports, each one of the colleges is doing incredible work. You'll see that for the faculty, they're doing some professional development on culture responsive strategies. And what does the pedagogy look like as you're working with our students? And for faculty to be able to do this, to have community circles and to discuss in English and math, okay, what are we going to do to support our students? Speak so highly of them, of the work that's moving forward, work that I can say we're leading and that we can potentially be able to be of support and guidance to our fellow K-12 districts of just building partnerships. Some of the other reports that were mentioned in this report was really just the emphasis also on our students, our male students, males of color. How do we build mentorship? How do we retain them? How can they be successful within student support services, whether with instruction and people coming together and dialogues taking place? And as you go through these reports, our colleges, our district is really moving the needle, and you get to see what equity looks at its finest. When we talk about diversity, we talk about equity, we talk about inclusion. Here in this report, you see how it's being carried out. And so I know we have Oxnard College who's working with USC Center for Urban Education and engaging in a really transparent and open dialogue of how to continue with this work, and the outreach, the intentional outreach, the text. I was reading, I believe it was in Moore Park College, you already started. Students get texts to see check-ins. How are you doing? How can we be of support? We already know of the co-curricular courses that are embedded or within the AB 1705, not AB 1705, but our English courses. And that is incredible. And so if you didn't get a chance to thoroughly read this report, it really says the heart of what we do in instruction and being for our students, how we're leading. And it just gives you the specifics, and really to the team that put together, I don't know if they're here for institutional effectiveness. They came and presented our past committee in putting together all of this data, presenting the story in such a way that we're able to read it and appreciate it. Thank you, because I know it takes a lot of work, and for our colleges, for our staff that was there. So we wanted to take this opportunity as the Board of Trustees to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for everything that you're doing for our students, because it's a lot of work and it doesn't go unnoticed. So that's just a general overview. We have equity plans. So in this chapter of the report, you're able to see some pieces that were summarized from the equity reports that the colleges have done to really focus on this work. But if you haven't get a chance to really read thoroughly, please do so. It's really good. And they're talking pieces that as we're meeting with legislation, I think, and as we're doing our lobby work at the state level, at the local level, this will be good information to have with us to be able to showcase the work that we do. And as we're speaking also with businesses and other potential donors, very, very well written, and something to be very proud of all of our colleges. I was sharing with Julius earlier today. I'm talking about Moore Park College. So I'm actually talking to people and saying, hey, you should go to Moore Park College. They have these amazing classes. And and it's a beautiful thing, because we're being informed about what we're doing, and we're no longer like isolated, but we're coming together. And that's a very beautiful thing. And I love doing that. And so we have some of our amazing programs, and through these reports, you get very much informed. So thank you to all. And Trustee Licht, if there's anything you wanted to add.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. So I've been really thoroughly impressed with the reports dating back about 6 months that have been presented at the committee, and the depth and the thoroughness of those reports. So I commend the staff for that. It's really hard to synthesize in just a moment what those reports really do represent, because there's so much information in there. But I really think the issues and the concept of access and entry are really key to us. As a former K-12 individual, we know that getting students there and giving them the information they need to enter the program and to access the program are two of the keys. And I love the fact that comes through in these reports very vividly, especially with the emphasis on dual enrollment, which I think is really one of the areas where, as a district, in the year and a half or so that I've been serving on the board, and with past experience with dual enrollment with the community college that I associated with, Moore Park College, based on my geography, my workplace, where I've seen a lot of growth. And I think that that continued growth will be really, really important, not just for our community college district, but for our students, the students that we serve. I think the sooner that they can access our level of expertise and that they can enter into our system, I think the more successful our students will be, and thereby our communities will be. So again, I commend our committees that have put together this information and done such a really wonderful job of doing so.
Trustee Torres. Oh. Okay.
Okay.
Did you have another comment? I'm gonna introduce our staff when you're finished.
Okay. One of the things about this report as we move forward with board development, also is as we are having our board meetings, is being able to start looking at this information. And as we look at policy, what are some of the policy that we currently have in place? If there's policy that we need to develop based on reports, we can do that. So it's a really nice place to start. And as we move forward with our board meetings and what we need, this is a great great report to be able to start looking instruction. What do our students need? Because what I have to say for this community college district is that we're addressing those gaps. Sometimes we talk about achievement gaps, but it's really opportunity gaps and ensuring that we have all of that in place for our students. And what does that look like? And what I like about these reports is that when we talk about social justice and we talk about equity and we talk about our community, we're talking about this. We're talking about instruction and we're talking of support services. We're talking about those conversations and what does it look like and how do we monitor and how do we continue to improve, and it's progress monitoring. And so when I see these reports, it tells me this is what we're doing and it's a priority. It's great to see the students here because there's also components where students can be involved and give feedback as we continue to make improvements. So with this report was something that in our past committee, we also took a big chunk of our time really going into it and thinking, what can we do with it? So it's not just reports because a lot of work goes into it. And then as trustees, what are we going to do with it within our level? So that's something that as a past committee, in addition to the accreditation report and addressing it, that we're looking forward and doing some work and hopefully bringing in some policy, which goes along with what the Administrative Services Committee was talking to about. So that's it for me.
Chancellor.
Hey, thank you both. I really appreciate those comments. And this is really a district-wide collaboration to produce this work. And I really want to highlight that we've come a long ways, as has been recognized. It's really about mission fulfillment. And how do we know we're actually moving the needle or fulfilling our mission? And we've had conversations back and forth since I've come on board here in the district about how to do that. It's been a conversation about how to get there. I want to recognize Dr. Herrera, who isn't here this evening. And if you had a chance, I hope you did, to read her report on institutional effectiveness, all the reports. I was going to talk about them in my report a little bit later. But just the volume of work and the depth of the work that's happening there is amazing. We have Jennifer Lozano here this evening, who's going to be presenting some highlights of the report. Jennifer, if you want to make your way to the podium, thank you. And we also have John Cooney, and they're going to do it together. Good. But I want to highlight that this really is the work itself is a good example of the collaboration across the district, and the report itself and the way these data elements come together to tell the story of mission fulfillment on these metrics and these measures that we find important. It takes a lot of people to do that, and a lot of work to noodle through what it's going to look like to tell that story in the most effective way. So with that as a setup, I'll turn it over to John and Jennifer for a brief presentation.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. My name is John Cooney. I am the Senior Data Analyst here at the District Office. And it is my pleasure to introduce both this report presentation as well as our wonderful research analyst. I've got a quick intro to provide a little bit of context. So I'll go ahead and start on that. So good evening, trustees, Chair Perez and Chancellor McLennan. Thank you for inviting us to present at this evening's session. Today, we're continuing our detailed exploration of student success within the Ventura County Community College District, focusing specifically on Chapter 3A of this month's PASS report, Student Success, Ethnicity, Gender, and Age Equity Efforts. Building on the foundation laid in last month's presentation, we turn our attention to examining the 4 pillars of success: access, entry, progress, and completion through a refined equity lens. This analysis not only enhances our understanding, but also guides our efforts in creating environments that foster inclusivity and equal opportunity for every student. I'd like to extend my gratitude to the institutional effectiveness deans at our colleges, and the district office, i.e. staff, their tireless work and coordination are instrumental in assembling these comprehensive reports month after month. It's their dedication that brings these figures to life, illuminating the substantial efforts our colleges exert behind the scenes and highlighting the real-world impact of our initiatives. Furthermore, these reports serve a dual purpose. They celebrate our successes and pinpoint areas where we can intensify our efforts to bridge gaps and elevate student outcomes. With these objectives in mind, I am pleased to introduce Jennifer Lozano, Research Analyst at the District Office. Jennifer will present the key findings from this month's report and guide us through the data. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to pull out some highlights from the data. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I just want to pull out some highlights from the data from the report. Like we mentioned, building on our previous report, looking at access, entry, progress, and completion, we are now delving a little bit deeper into that data, specifically looking at gender, race, ethnicity, and age. For access, we looked at dual enrollment. For example, the table here shows head counts of dual enrollment students for spring 2023 for all three colleges. Currently, we are expanding dual enrollment with a focus on low-income, underrepresented, non-college bound students. We also need to look forward and compare our dual enrollment student demographics with the high school demographics to check for representation. As you'll notice, most of our dual enrolled high school students in spring 2023 were Hispanic and white across all three colleges. Additionally, looking forward at access to our colleges, our outreach and marketing department at the district is supporting equity-focused enrollment initiatives at the community partnerships. And in the report, our economic and workforce development has outlined a 6-month strategic plan to increase partnerships with adults and adult incumbent workers through non-credit and credit course offerings.
May I ask a quick question?
Yes.
The data for Oxnard College in the previous slide, does that include the students that are enrolled in the middle college high school program? Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. For entry, we looked at registration rates, and this is from CCC Apply. All students that applied through CCC Apply from 2019 through 2023 and also registered during that time period at our colleges. As you'll see, Hispanic students register at a higher rate than other students at all three colleges. At Ventura, it was 72%, Oxnard 67%, and Moorpark 70%. Asian students have registered at a lower rate at Moorpark and Oxnard colleges, but at a higher rate at Ventura College. And Black or African American students have similar registration rates across all three of our colleges, between 55 and 59%. Looking at progress measured by persistence, and this is the percentage of students who enrolled past census for 2 consecutive fall terms. And in this slide, we look at persisting from fall 2018 to fall 2019, and we compared that to students who persisted from fall 2022 to fall 2023. At the top, it shows persistence by gender for each college, and then below that, you can see in the bar graphs by race ethnicity. So for example, at Moorpark College, male students increased persistence from 61% from fall 2018, fall 19 to 64% in fall 2022 to persisting to fall 2023. Moorpark College saw increases in persistence for Black or African American students, Hispanic students, and white students. At Oxnard College, they saw increases in persistence for Asian students, Black students, and white students, as well as female students. And at Ventura College, increases in persistence were for both female and male students, Black or African American students, Hispanic students, and white students. Continuing to look at progress, we looked at course retention rates. Retention is defined by the percentage of credited courses completed with any grade except for W withdrawal or EW excused withdrawal. And we looked here, we looked at retention rates comparing fall 2018 to fall 2022. And we looked at both in-person and online courses. For example, for Moore Park, the blue bars represent in-person courses and the purple bars represent online courses. For in-person course retention rates, Black or African American students increased from 85 to 89%. Online course retention rates increased for Asian students at Moore Park from 88% to 92%, and for Black students from 79% to 87%. At Oxnard College, again, the online course retention rates are in pink and in-person are in green. And Oxnard College saw large increases in online course retention rates for Asian students, Black or African American students, and Hispanic students. For example, Black students increased online course retention rates from 70% to 84%. At Ventura College, the online course retention rates are in red and in person next to it in orange. We also saw in-person course retention rates for Black or African American students increase from 86% to 94%. And online retention rates increased for Asian students and Hispanic students. It is worth noting that across all of our colleges, we had increases in course retention rates for both in-person and online courses across pretty much all of our student demographics, and this was higher than all the statewide numbers. Lastly, looking at progress measured by success, and this is course success rates. The percentage of credited courses completed with grades A, B, C, or P. Again, we looked at in-person and online courses. Again, comparing fall 2018 course success rates to fall 2022 course success rates. Again, we see a lot of increases in course success rates at Moore Park College. Online course success rates for Asian students went up from 78% to 84%, and Black students from 55% to 64%. At Oxnard College, in-person course success rates increased for Black or African American students from 72% to 79%, and Hispanic students from 72% to 77%. And again, continued increases in course success rates for online courses for pretty much all of our demographics. We see similar increases at Ventura College in course success rates. In-person course success rates for Black students went up from 71% in the fall of 2018 to 85% in fall of 2022. And online course success rates for Hispanic students went up from 65% to 71%, and for Asian students from 75% to 82%. Similar to our course retention rates, we saw increases across the district, across all demographics, for both in-person and online courses. And again, this continues to be higher than the statewide numbers. Lastly, we looked at completion, and this is district-wide completion, unduplicated students. And we looked, we have data here for every year. These are academic years, starting from the academic year 2018-2019, going all the way through 2022-23. Female students complete at a higher rate than male students. And again, mirroring our enrollment, students between 18 and 24 years also complete at a higher rate. Thank you. Question?
Just a couple of comments. I think there's a lot of data in all these reports that have come our way. And yeah, you know, it's been our experience. We understand we are a data-driven organization. But I heard at a recent conference, data doesn't create change. People create change. And that's one reason I love reading all the various reports from Academic Senate, Classified Senate, the presidents, the chancellor, because it humanizes this data. And that's what's important. And I was at a recent conference put on by the chancellor's office, and the focus was on Vision 2030, which was the latest series and initiatives coming from the state level. And as I'm hearing and reading all this data, yes, I have a feeling of being overwhelmed by this fire hose of data, but I try to reconcile this information with the goals and the Vision 2030. And I haven't asked it specifically, but I can see that's what you guys are working toward also. So that's good news. And on page 8, it spoke, and well, first of all, looking at the graph of the declining K-12 and even the K-8 enrollment on page 8, it referenced the need then to look at working with incumbent workers. And there's some great examples out there that I'll want to share with the chancellors. And I'm sure the chancellor will say, well, yes, we are working on that same kind of model already. So you can provide that information back to us as well. But I guess the other message I want to get across to you, and Trustee Torres mentioned it, takes a lot of work to compile this information. And so that's your 9 to 5. It's not our 9 to 5. So, you know, I've read it. I've heard you tonight. I'll look at it again. I'll probably have more questions then after I look at it again. But I don't want you to think that these reports are not recognized for the value they represent. I think I can safely say that for all of us. And so thank you again.
Thank you.
Trustee Torres. And then Josh, did you want to say something as well? Did I see you after Trustee Torres? Okay.
Talking about data. I love data, and data is just one of the pieces. It's a metric that informs us, but just to what Trustee Perez said, absolutely, people are the one that do the work, and data only works if we do something with it. It's just a metric. It's like when you go to the doctor and there's an assessment, it tells you where you're at, and then it becomes us to decide what's going to be the treatment plan, and then we monitor it. And data helps to do that as people take their blood pressure. For Ventura College, and I wanted to mention that because I saw that in the report, as the president report, that your survey, you decided to do it again. And you said we surveyed students a while back at the very beginning to see what module do you want in person, do you want hybrid, do you want remote? And at that time, this is what students said. And so we decided to go ahead and do it again and find out what our students are saying. So I just wanted to highlight and to say, let's appreciate it, because I know it's a lot of work, but to be able to do that and to hear from students and see, now that it's been a while, how are you doing? What's your preference? And how do we continue to build our schedule with the students' voice included? So I just wanted to mention that as data was being mentioned. So thank you.
Thank you. And if there are no other comments, we'll move on to 1702, accreditation follow-up planning. Chancellor? You don't have anything?
Additional report that was reported out of the committee meeting.
Great. And I just want to make note that we keep referring to this as working toward the 18-month report, but we're already about 6 months into it. So, and I just want to say this, I was going to wait till later, but I know it's challenging for some of us to attend conferences during the week, during the workday. But on May 9th and 10th, the ACCJC is putting on a accreditation conference in Orange County. So if I will call out Trustee Torres and Trustee Lichtel, if there's any way you can try to make that conference, I think you would find it most beneficial, because part of it does focus on trustee role, not just on a peer team, but also in the accreditation process. So you may want to look into that, or you may want to look and see if any of the sessions will be recorded and available later on. So thank you. That takes us to 1801, Chancellor.
So I'm going to keep my report brief. I will be attending the ACCJC conference
Excellent.
in Orange County. And if there are no trustees that are able to join me for that, I will certainly bring back information that's going to be relevant to the work we have to do. I just want to thank the board for approving our two candidates now incoming college presidents, and I want to congratulate them again on getting through the work and the process and all the effort that it took to get there. I also want to acknowledge the many comments that were made tonight, both in congratulations to our two incoming college presidents, as well as those commending Dr. Hoffmans for her years of service to the district and to Ventura College, and especially a heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Kobian for the work that he's done. And I just want to, sometimes we look at these things from a deficit perspective, and that's easy to do, and I understand it. These are competitive searches. We had a very active pool, but I would encourage people not to maybe think of it in that terms, and maybe take an asset approach to it. And Dr. Kobian, I want to congratulate you on the 2 years you served in this role. You performed commendably, and especially in terms of the transition and the turmoil and the tumult that greeted me as an incoming chancellor to the college district. And you are a reliable source to both for me and my onboarding and getting to know the district. You have been a champion of collegiality and collaboration as we've looked at our district-wide initiatives, and I've always found you to be a trusted advisor on those things that came up that we needed to talk about together. And so, I know there's a bright future in store for you on this front from a leadership perspective, but mostly I just want to say thank you for bridging the gap between then and now. And I really do look forward to your continued service and working with you as a trusted colleague. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Item 1802, trustees' request for reports. Okay. We have that form for any one of us to fill out and present for consideration. Item 1901, you've been very patient. Student trustee, your turn for your report.
Yeah, so the Student Trustee Advisory Council met Thursday, and I couldn't give a full long report and as a written report, so I'll give an oral report of what happened during that meeting. So we had a few topics that interest the students a lot, especially when it came to student trustee and the position. We're excited to work with Lisa, Cynthia Herrera, and 3 advisors and give more feedback to set a foundation for the student trustee and the position. We want to make sure that next year we have a designated person for the student trustee and a more better support system. This year was very interesting for me. I enjoyed it, but I think because I have the experience I had, it was easier for me, but a newly incoming trustee would need way more support, especially understanding the process of it all. So that's something we talked about. We also talked about bringing agenda items for our next board meeting. So that will be coming to you, Lisa. And then we also talked about sustainability within our campuses. We're going to give a report on our next staff meeting of how the campuses are doing, and hopefully the next student leaders can take on that initiative and making sure that the campuses are fulfilling the mission of sustainability. And then lastly, I also had a one-on-one meeting with our newly student trustee, and she's gonna do great. I gave her just a little bit of feedback on how my term went. I opened myself up to her, and I told her she can contact me throughout her term if she has any questions regarding anything that happened, anything with the district. And she's looking forward to meeting all of you. And that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. 1902, trustee reports. Trustee Chancellor.
There was a request made in regards to dual enrollment, and that was the hopeful creation of a I don't want to say a form, but information that students and parents can access that truly goes district by district in our K-12 partners, that when students want to take a course, is there an efficient way that they could match and find that course and hopefully register and take that course? Because as of now, there's not a go-to place for that. So there was a request for that. I am eagerly awaiting the seniority list that we heard in public comment. So I would, and as I mentioned before, I hope the board can be informed of when that list comes out. Let's see here. I definitely would like to make an agenda item request to Chair Perez in regards to the student resolution on accessibility of menstrual products that we heard from our student government. And I'm curious to see where the board is on an Assembly Bill. Assembly Bill 2901 gets co-written by State Superintendent Tony Thurman and CTA and a number of local electeds. It has to do with K-12 schools and community college, and it has to do with employee paid disability leaves in regards to pregnancy. And it would be a 14-week leave that does not deduct from certificated and classified or employees' leave balances. So that's making its way, and perhaps writing a letter of support for that. And last but not least, thank you to Dr. Kobian. Keep it very brief, but Oxnard College and the Oxnard community and Ventura County is a better place because of you and your leadership. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Torres.
I had the opportunity to visit Ventura College March 27, Mecha. So Mecha organized a beautiful day for students to come in, and we had the grandson of Cesar Chavez, Andres Chavez, be there and address the students. And I was very blessed. They actually asked me to introduce him, so I was surprised. I stopped by there, and afterwards it was wonderful to have a conversation with him, because we, at least for myself, we look to the essence of the work that we do as Hispanic serving institutions, who we are. We share the same commitment of service for our students. And what does that look like? And for us, it's instructional justice, student supports, and so doing also student support justice. And what does that look like? We're not necessarily protesting, we're not necessarily in the fields, but definitely we join the work, and we join La Causa, which is the cause in doing this work. And I look to everybody out in the audience, because sometimes we make that connection and then say, are we connecting, and are we looking at each other in this that we do? And so when I speak to everyone, I'm speaking to everyone here who's doing the work. We're over here at the dais, but you're out there working with our students. You're doing the work in your classrooms and everything that you do. So I look out to you, because it's what it is. It's the unity, and it's coming together and connecting, where at times we can have a lot of distractions, and that happens. And so when we take the time to just connect and say, I'm right here with you, I'm present, I'm listening, and we're going to do this for our students, it's amazing. And I always tend to look at our students, because you're our North Star. So when we talk about what's our North Star for us as youth, we're making policy. So I had that opportunity to be there, and it was a wonderful experience. Just being at the campuses with staff, with students, always reignites the whole purpose of what we do, and decisions that need to be made. Also, short gracias, Oscar, for everything that you've done. You were called, that loving heart and that spirit was needed during that time of a pandemic, of a time that we're coming back, that there needs to be some security. And so your leadership and your love and your commitment was felt throughout the entire community. And so thank you very much, because as you can see, it's been very much felt. And so we're very blessed that you're going to continue being and supporting students. And thank you for stepping up during a time that was very difficult. And so thank you very much for that and for everything you do and will continue to do for us and for our community that goes beyond just the district, but just your essence and the leadership that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Mantu.
Just want to report out on an event I attended yesterday evening. It's probably of more pertinence to the Board of Trustees, but nonetheless has a huge indirect impact on everything we do. And that's the quarterly meeting of the Ventura County School Boards Association. They've been in existence for many, many years and primarily composed of the 20 K-12 district board members. But we're also the 21st member of that particular group. And I think it's very important to stay connected because, and as Trustee Chancellor referenced the importance of K-12, they develop our raw material and allow us to take that raw material and make it even better. And last night, the particular program topic was public information, and public information officers. About half of the school districts have a position like that, albeit with different titles. And it was very eye-opening in terms of the impact of things like social media and AI. And I think it's a great group to join when you get a chance for one of those evening meetings that transpire about 4 times a year.
Thank you. Trustee Lichtel.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I have 2 items that I want to report on that kind of tie together. First of all, on March 19th, the school that I serve at during the regular day, my regular job, is a small school in Newbury Park called Passageway. We're a non-public school for students with special needs. We have around 25 students that are all high-intensity students and need the greatest level of support. And I only say that because we had a great opportunity on March 19th to visit Oxnard College, and our students got a tour of the campus. Many of our students come from the Oxnard area. And Leo Orange in particular, who works the Access Office, has a compelling story that he tells to the students about perseverance, and it really resonated with our students, and just really wanted to extend my appreciation not only to Leo, but also to Dr. Kobayan and the entire staff there. We saw the wonderful programs that they have at that school, including Auto Tech and the auto body programs, the Media Center, which offers so much support for students, which was wonderful to visit. And then we ended our visit visiting the Culinary Arts program, which ties into my second item, also connected to Oxnard College. A couple of weeks later, I was at a dinner party with some friends at a really nice restaurant in Oak Park called the Cork Dork, owned by 2 good friends of mine, Danny Margolis and Danny Amirian. And Danny Amirian, who is actually the chef, who I've known for many, many years, came out to say hello and so forth. And he remembered that I was serving on this board. And it turns out that 3 of their sous chefs working that evening came from the Oxnard College program. So, there's something to be said about seeing the data up there on the screen, but when you actually see our successes and our work in action, and you get to taste that success, it really does make it, it really does, that pun was intended, by the way. It really does make it real and relevant and really what we're all about. So, and Dr. Kobayan, you've gotten a lot of thank yous. You've had mine as well. And we appreciate your work. And, we look forward to ongoing success at all of our colleges. So thank you.
Trustee Lichtel, is that Danny Margolis of Command Performance?
It is.
All right. Moore Park resident.
Oh,
and owner of a great restaurant, M on High Street. If you haven't been there, you should check it out. Okay. I already mentioned I've been to a couple of recent conferences. I've been to some community meetings. The Chancellor and I will be speaking in front of the Simi Valley Seroptimus this Thursday it is, which brings me to another report, and that is the student trustee Figueroa and I are part. What's the committee name, Lisa, for the GEO bond executive? Right. And so the board, you've received the emails, I think, about we're trying to schedule a next board session. And one of the points speaking back to the resolution about Community College Month, is tell our story. That's what we should be doing. And maybe you shared our story again at the California School Boards Association, Ventura County School Boards Association. But we need to keep getting our story out there. We've got a great story to be telling, because at some point, should we move forward with the bond measure, we're precluded from, we got to be very careful what we say. We cannot lobby, we cannot be perceived as lobbying, whatever, but we can be telling our story in the meantime. And so look, hopefully you can respond to the email from Lisa, I believe it was. Okay. Yeah. And again, I know it's challenging. Everyone is busy, but this is of paramount importance to our colleges and the district. So I implore you to do whatever you can to make yourself available on the dates that are presented, because you know, there's a lot yet to do in a short amount of time if we, like I said, ultimately end up wanting to move forward. So that's all. Were you reaching for? Okay. Okay. The other report is the CCCT board meeting will be this Friday. And so if I could ask Chancellor, if you could have somebody print out this student resolution for me regarding the menstrual products on campus, because we do track legislation up there, and I'll see if it's on the agenda and where it's at and et cetera. And the same thing with AB 2901. I'll see where that CCCT board is on that. Chancellor.
Could I speak to that one?
Sure.
Briefly? And I was caught a little bit off guard with the question earlier in the meeting, but that resolution in particular, I really do believe is directed primarily at the Ventura College administration in terms of something the students are asking for at Ventura College in terms of that service, that response. So part of what will happen with a resolution like that is I would be asking for some feedback from the college itself in terms of they've received the resolution, how are they considering it internally from an operational perspective, and then like we do with most other things that come up in our board meetings and other inquiries for information, the following up with that information with the board.
And then maybe you can clarify for me also, because as I was reading this resolution in front of me, it seemed to come from the Student Senate of the California Community Colleges. So we'll get clarity on that. But regardless, I'll look into this. And so that brings us then to, let me get back, well, I have it here, to adjournment. And I do see in the audience, Mr. and Mrs. Hardison. So I don't know if you've noticed this, but the board tonight will be adjourning in the memory of Mr. John Turturro, a noted architect and great community member, and professor and former Ventura College architecture and interior design instructor, John Turturro, who I got to know when in a former career, and I did some work in the city of Santa Paula, and great advocate for affordable housing as well, Mr. Turturro. And I'm sure he leaves a legacy of fine architect students around from our district. And with that, we will adjourn in the memory of Mr. John Turturro.